Welcome everyone to our final business meeting of 2021. We will start off today on December 26th with roll call. Ravi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Aquí.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sinai.
Aquí.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am present.
Commissioner Toledo.
Aquí.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Hi, Nido here.
And Commissioner Ahmad.
Here. Thank you so
Roll
much.
call. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ravi. With that, we will jump right into our agenda. During the preparation of this agenda, I have learned that we have two items for today. One will be brought forward by the Line Drawer Subcommittee, which is a possible action to certify and approve the statewide maps of the Congressional, State Senate, State Assembly, and the State Board of Equalization districts, as well as an item from the Materials Development Subcommittee on the possible action to approve the final report. Any comments on our agenda for today? No? Okay, I will pass it over to the Line Drawing Subcommittee. Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Anderson. Okay, we can do either first. So we can go with the report first. So I will bump it back to the Materials Development Subcommittee, Commissioners Fernandez and Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Everyone should have received the link to the handout today. It is posted. It's for our final report. And I want to thank Julia, who helped us so much on writing this report. So thank you so much. We reached so much better than our starting point. So thank you for all your hard work. And also for our outreach team. Marcy and her team have just done an awesome, they've been up every single night. And I don't even know if they've slept in the last week or so, but thank you so much for your hard work on this. And so with that, are there any comments on the report? And so the purpose of today is to approve this report and to have a motion. So is there any discussion before we move forward?
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I apologize. I didn't realize I was unmuted this whole time. I just wanted to check a few things. I did send some comments to Anthony. I thought the report was excellent. It's hard to go over the whole entire report, but I have looked at it at the different times that parts were sent to us. And thank you everybody who took time to put this together, because it's really a reflection of amazing work. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fornashari and then Turner.
Yeah, just two things. The paragraph on page 53 about the Board of Equalization. So the Board of Equalization doesn't collect taxes. They oversee, their main role is to oversee, ensure uniformity in the application of property tax assessment. So we should get that straightened out. So I'll send over the fact sheet to Anthony so we can clarify that paragraph. And then on I don't know what page it is, but it's on page 81. CD3, the description of CD3 and CD4 got stuck together. So we need a paragraph to separate CD3 and CD4. But otherwise, I mean, yeah, wow, what a ton of work. Thank you all so much. It's just an incredible, incredible job, an incredible amount of work. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Turner and then Vice Chair Yi.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, reading the report, I thought the report was phenomenal. I saw a couple of the things that's already been mentioned. I only had one small a suggestion that I sent through, but was just thoroughly impressed by the report. And then it dawned on me, this is work we did. You also, to my fellow commissioners, I mean, going through all of it, time went by so fast, and going back over the report, I feel so incredibly proud of the work that we did, the thorough job that we did, and it to reflect in the report in the manner in which it did. I was like, this is amazing work. And so I just am excited about that. And as soon as we receive any other suggestions or upgrades that commissioners have, I want to move that we approve the report with any minor upgrades.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll
Second.
second it. Oops.
Ooh, battle it out.
Give it to Angela.
Okay, Commissioner Vasquez is a second. We will continue this discussion with Vice Chair Yi and then Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Akutagawa and then Sanai.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, phenomenal report. I mean, I just felt like it was above and above and above and beyond what was required, and will be such a great resource for not only the next 10 years, but for the next commission to refer to. I was curious how we decided to go into such detail, you know, such exhaustive analysis and charts. I'm just curious how we decided to go into quite that detail. Two observations, though, before maybe somebody can respond to that. One typo that I did tell Anthony about, Appendix 4, one of the lists of counties is missorted, in case any of you caught that. It was sorted 1, 10, 11, 12, 18, 19, 2, 20. So it was sorted on the first digit. So the information is correct, but the sorting is off. Also, the other thing is, I was looking at the information on descriptions about our handling of those incarcerated in federal institutions, and of course we were unable to reallocate them. But I believe we further decided, in fact, to not count them in their places of incarceration as well. Therefore, the adjusted census numbers that we use. But I'm not sure that's mentioned anywhere, that we actually made that decision. Was that somewhere? Did I just miss it? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yi. Commissioner Fernandez and then Akutagawa.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to thank my, my partner in this, Commissioner Kennedy. He spent countless hours on this. And in terms of why we went through so much detail, we actually used as a base the 2010, and then we built on that. And we built on it based on what we felt was important to the commission as we went on this journey of a year and a half. We also obtained information from our communications director and outreach director, and I've got to tell you, we actually pared it down. So it could have been longer than this and more detail, but I'm just really grateful that everyone did such a wonderful job, and I'm glad that you all like it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Akutagawa and then Commissioner Sanai, and then I see Commissioner Lamons and Kennedy.
Yeah, I also want to just say both my thanks to those who worked on this report. It is actually really fantastic, and reading through all of it, it was a nice, I'll call it trip down memory lane of all of the things that we did. And I think towards the end, we had so much and we were moving so fast, it was hard to take that kind of brief pause to just appreciate all the work that did go on to get us to the point where we, got to in terms of the line drawing. And so I thought that the level of detail that was included is appropriate in the sense that it gives not only those who are interested in the process that we went through, and I know that at times it felt a little, as I had seen, messy, but I think this really gives better clarity and just structure to what we did do. And for those who will be following us in 2030, hopefully it'll serve as also additional information that could help guide them in terms of the process that they will establish for themselves. So Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy, and to the whole team that worked on this, I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Kutugawa. Commissioner Sanai, oh, you put your hand up and down, so you got out of order.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what's going on with my hand. Do you want me to go? Yeah, I never put it down, but I am out of order, so I can wait.
Okay, sure. Commissioner Lamont, and then Commissioner Kennedy.
I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioners Kennedy and Commissioners Fernandez and everyone who supported this. I was really excited that a member from the Lessons Learned Committee was a part of this, and I think it shows there was a certain lens put to the final report. And I think not only does it capture what we went through and what our experience was, but it really looks at it from a way that those that come behind can benefit. So special thanks to Commissioner Kennedy, who has always had an eye for 2030 since the very beginning, and really appreciate that. Also, it also is one of those moments in reading it where you realize that when you're participating in a process, you're having your experience in the process. And so to read it, you get to see all of these different, what we did collectively together, sort of like history being a part of it and it happening very quickly. So thank you again to that team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Sanai and Turner. You're on mute, Commissioner Kennedy.
It sounded really good.
Yeah, it sounded awesome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that, Commissioner Lamont. You know, in response to Commissioner Yee, I wanted to say that, you know, one of the main differences, of course, between the 2010 report and the 2020 report is we had a lot more time to do actual education and outreach. And so the fact that our report goes into, you know, pretty significant detail on those, to me is more a reflection of the fact that we had so much more time to do that sort of work. And we felt that it was important for anyone who would read the report and in order to understand how we reached the point that we did last week in approving the final map, it was important to understand all of the education, outreach, and engagement work that we did. And on that note, I also want to recognize Marcy and her staff. They did an enormous amount of work. Those district descriptions do not happen on their own, and they take an enormous amount of work to get all of that information compiled, to get it right. And so I really want to thank Marcy, her team, as well as the legal team who, you know, Commissioner Fernandez and I realized at a certain point that, you know, while we did a lot of the work on the introduction, the part describing the process in general, that we were going to need to be focused on the maps. And so we turned the heavy editing of the document over to the legal team, and I just want to thank them as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Sanai, and then Turner, and then we will revisit the motion on the floor.
Thank you. You know, the descriptions of all the different districts were really good. I did find that they weren't always consistent, and so that was kind of tough. You know, just pulling back and saying, okay, this is a, you know, whatever. But I did notice that we highlighted the LGBTQ communities in those areas, that there were strong LGBT communities, but we didn't necessarily highlight other ethnic and cultural and social communities. And I did try to go back to some of them and highlight those areas, highlight those communities as well, because I think we need to be consistent on when we heard from diverse communities and their communities of interest, and not just when, and I did change some of the times we said issues when it was really issues and opportunities, because for instance, military bases don't want to be considered an issue in places. I know it's issues is used in different ways, but those are just little things I caught. But I did want to check on the, if we're highlighting LGBTQ communities, we should also be highlighting the other ethnic, cultural, and social communities that really did participate strongly in this effort.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted, Commissioner Yee, page 20 talked about setting policy to reallocate the incarcerated population. So just wanted to draw your attention there to see if that answered the other piece in the comments when you mentioned earlier about how we chose to allocate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Lamont and Kennedy, do you also have another comment? I see your hands are, okay. Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm so sorry. I have no idea how I forgot our awesome line drawers that supported us on this report. All of the appendices is a result from their work. So thank you so much for going down this journey and making sure that it was all included in the report.
Yes, thank you to everyone who helped with this final report. With that, I will ask for the motion to be displayed on the screen. And Commissioner Turner, you were the one who made the motion, so I know the conversation may have prompted some minor edits to the motion that you made, so we would like to include that in the language. So once it is up on the screen, I will ask you to reconfirm if the motion accurately reflects what your thought process is, and then as well as the seconder, Commissioner Vasquez, to also confirm that the motion accurately reflects what you seconded.
It is brief and sweet. Motion to approve the final report. Maybe we want to title the report. Let's see what our first page of it says, but that does accurately reflect the motion.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Vasquez, do you still second the motion as it reads?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I still second.
All right, with that, we will call for public comment on this motion on the floor.
You got it, Chair. Just a moment.
I agree with Commissioner Turner. I think that the motion should say that it's the report on final maps, just so that it's very clear as to what we're referring to. Thank you.
Are we ready to invite public comment?
Yes, we are.
Sounds good. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To dial, just a moment. Sorry for the interruption. Please stand by.
Commissioner Okuzawa?
I was just going to say on the motion, it should read final report on final maps with edits, not amendments, because we're not making an amendment to the report. We're making edits to the report.
Commissioner Turner, do you still agree with that friendly suggestion?
Yes.
Great. And Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
All right, Alvaro, we can change amendments to edits. And then call for public comment. It's the last meeting of 2021.
In true form.
In true form, the 2020 Citizens Redistricting Commission. Commissioner Fornashari.
I'm going to channel my inner Alicia Fernandez and ask if we should get rid of the first final, because the title is Report on Final Maps.
Commissioner Turner, your motion.
But isn't that what the report?
All right, I see Commissioner Turner nodding her head in agreement, and Commissioner Vasquez as well. So Alvaro, you can go ahead and erase that word. And then we can ask for public comment on the motion on the floor.
Third time's a charm, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 879-0815-1544. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak." If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. Again, the commission is taking public comment on the motion on the floor. We do have several callers called in. I'm going to lower your hands, and if you want to give comment on the motion on the floor, you'll be invited to raise your hands again. All hands are lowered now. If you'd like to give comment on the motion on the floor, please press *9. We do have some hands. Just a moment. We will be enforcing a 1 minute and 30-second time limit with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Our first caller will be caller 6232, and after that will be caller 2010. Caller 6232, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Happy holidays, all of you, and thank you for all of your service. I'm speaking to the motion because of its relation to the map. I really beg your attention. I know it's last minute, but I'm going to do it anyhow, to Elysian Valley, a section of adjacent to the Los Angeles River near Dodger Stadium. It is probably one of the most clearly defined geographical boundaries you find in Los Angeles. It's bounded on two sides, north and south, with river bridges, and east and west with Riverside Drive and the Los Angeles River. This map, for the first time that I could ever see in congressional representation, reaches across the river into this neighborhood known as Frogtown. Very unique area because of the natural bottom section of the river, where a lot of attention has been paid due to the kind of naturalized conditions there that have spurned redevelopment efforts, investment, and public monies for parks. The concern here is that, especially where our commercial district has been pulled into another district, and that commercial district holds many of the key community assets. That includes our rec center, local arts collective, a riverside gathering place for ecological education, at-risk youth high school, popular coffee shop, emerging and older food establishments. It is a bizarre crossing of the boundary, which also crosses a community interest. I do not believe that this rearrangement.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2010, and after that will be caller 6884. Caller 2010, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there. This is Edward Barsumian calling on behalf of the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. And like the previous caller, I'd like to comment and say that it's premature to adopt the final report when there have been so many pieces of input from our community, the Armenian community alone, saying that the community has been dramatically impacted negatively by the map drafts. You've had roughly 10,000 Armenian community members individually reach out to you saying that you need to reunite all of Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta under one Assembly and Senate district, as well as the arbitrary split that you placed across La Crescenta. So now East La Crescenta is in one congressional district and West La Crescenta is in another, even though they are one contiguous city. So ultimately, again, it's premature to adopt a final map when there are a final report when there are so many issues with the final map. So please go back to the drawing board, make a few of those changes, and then return again to this conversation about the final report. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 6884, and after that will be caller 8871. Caller 6884, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good morning. This is Tracy Stone. I represent the Elysian Valley Arts Collective, and I'm also calling with my concerns about the last-minute switch of the commercial areas in Elysian Valley into CD 34. I think this is a kind of a bizarre move. There is almost no population impact. Most of this area is uninhabited. It is mostly commercial, and it can't possibly have any impact on the population distribution in each district. But what it does do is split a very clearly defined neighborhood into two congressional districts, and it makes it much more difficult for neighbors to handle issues of concern, especially related to the LA River, which is our front door, our main sidewalk, our main cultural asset. It's already covered by a bewildering array of jurisdictions and agencies, and now to have to deal with two congressional districts when we have similar issues of concern makes everything so much more difficult.
You have 20 seconds remaining.
So I implore you to please make this small change and move this little area of Elysian Valley back into what will now be, I guess, Congressional District 30. It will just make life so much easier for all of us, and it is such a clearly well-defined neighborhood this is really worth your time. It's such a small move and would make the world a difference to all of us.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8871, and after that will be caller 5150. Caller 8871, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alice Manukian. I'm reaching out as an outraged Armenian community member to express the strongest, in the strongest terms, my deep objection to the report because of the final map configurations in Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta. The Commission has received thousands of pieces of communication from the Armenian community expressing our desire to be kept together as a community of interest. And so we think that this protected status requires the Commission to exhaust every and all efforts to keep our Armenian community unified. So we're asking the Commission to reunite Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta under one Assembly and Senate district, and on the congressional level, repair the arbitrary split that has been created and return all of La Crescenta and La Cañada under one congressional district with Glendale and Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5150, and after that will be caller 2829. Caller 5150, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, Merry Christmas, Commissioners. It's Tony Maldonado from Santa Clarita, and I'm calling from London, England at the moment. The Commission urges everyone to accept and support the resulting maps that were created in collaboration with the public. However, the biggest fallacy of this entire process is that it seems that the Commission appears to have listened more to several organized political groups that represent minor subsets of communities rather than the larger portion of voters and residents around. That appears to be a lack of consistency in terms of application criteria, whereupon one group may get much favored interest while others are left dangling in the wind. So I believe that these maps in this report should not be considered final without either a revisit of various assembly maps or a thorough presentation on the methodology behind dividing COIs or forcing various communities with nothing in common to be adjoined. For example, the fiasco of Los Angeles County and the counties of Northern California. I think those need to be revisited, to be quite honest, because again, it leaves a lot of doubt of fairness regarding the process that was later supposed to deliver something positive. So again, please reconsider this again. Don't consider this as final, and present some kind of methodology behind the reasoning as to why you created each particular assembly map, because that's very important for us. Thank you again for everything, and enjoy your holiday.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2829. If you could please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. I just need clarification on the actual motion. As I understood it, Commissioner Kutagawa made an amendment to add with edits, but to me it was understood that it was just for the report to do edits and not the maps. Are you intending to edit both the final report and the maps? I just want some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And this motion is specific to the reports, not the maps. Christian, back to you.
And one more time, if anybody who has called in has a comment for the motion on the floor and has not already spoke, please press star 9. There are no further comments at this time, Chair.
Great, thank you so much, Christian. With that, we will go to the vote.
Yes, Chair. So the motion to approve report on final maps with edits. We'll begin the roll call here. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamont.
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
And Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Alvaro, for taking that vote. With that, I'll pass it over to the line drawing subcommittee, Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani.
Sure, thank you so much. I think it is our distinct honor to offer a motion to certify the approved statewide maps of the Congressional, State Senatorial, State Assembly, and the State Board of Equalization districts.
Second.
And I second that motion.
I think I got her. So the motion was made by Commissioner Sadwani, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. With that, I will open the floor up for discussion. And in this time period, I would also like to invite my fellow commissioners to make any closing remarks that they may want to. So with that, I'll just go in alphabetical order if that is okay with folks. I will turn it over to Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was afraid that it was going to start with me when you said that. All right. Well, I just want to say, first off, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved in this process. My fellow commissioners, all of the staff, the line drawers, the video team, and of course, all the Californians who called in, wrote in, and engaged in this process. For me personally, this has been an incredible experience, and sometimes I'm still just amazed that I was able to be selected to participate in this process, and just learned a lot about just it's something that I knew of a little bit but didn't really understand. And I think along with at least several hundred thousands of Californians, I'm going to be hopeful and say hundred thousands, but we got at least over 30,000 inputs. I think I feel like we all learned along with them, and I'm incredibly proud of where we ended up with our maps. I think we heard from Californians, and we created new maps that really reflected as best as we could within the criteria that we were obligated to follow, maps that are fair and reflective of our California communities. And I just want to also lastly say, change does happen, and this change happens every 10 years. And in that interim 10 years, additional change happens. And so by the time 2030 comes around, new change will happen again. But thank you for the opportunity to serve all of you and to serve with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you to all. I was not expecting to actually go second. I was hoping to be able to say that, like we were told, that try to be additive and not repetitive. So I'm going to actually thank my fellow commissioners for all of your thoughtful, deeply thoughtful and considerate comments that you've made, not just that you are going to make today, but that you've made all throughout this entire process. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to work with you. I want to thank all those who've been involved in this great activity, our staff, our contractors, our wonderful videographers, and the public. Without you, we could not have done this process. And I just want to say, because again, you will all be saying things more eloquently than I, but I want everyone to consider that while these maps are not necessarily the maps that any one of us or any individual public member would create, because you're always thinking from one perspective. This is the Joint Commission's, these are the Joint Commission's maps, all of them. We've considered things, we have followed with great dedication all of our criteria. We've gone back to our criteria when we've been conflicted. We've gone back to the criteria over and over again. And that's why we feel unanimously that these are wonderful maps. And again, we appreciate if everyone in the public would consider, if this group of diverse 14 people can come together and do this work in a short period of time, think what all of California can do if we come together, put our minds to our tasks, and we can get anything done. Thank you very much for this privilege, and this has been my honor.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really impressed that you guys can do it without writing something down, but And in terms of additive, not repetitive, I don't think that's a reflection of the commission, so or the commissioner so far. Which I'm not saying that as a bad thing. It's just that we like to say what we like to say. Anyway, so colleagues, we made history today. In 2008, California voters decided to abolish the old ways of redrawing districts, taking it from being conducted behind closed doors to a new model of transparency and accountability. It's good government efforts like these that make California a leader in many respects. Our tireless efforts and countless hours devoted to this process have proven it belongs to us, the people of California. We have created maps that we can all be proud of. Sacrifices were made in every part of California to produce fair and equitable maps. Serving on commission, I saw this as an opportunity to give back to my small bubble. As a first-generation Californian of parents that immigrated from Mexico many years ago, I am proud to have uplifted. You know, stepping on my toe does not help, Jane. That's what she told me. I am proud to have uplifted the voices of so many that previously were underrepresented in this process. I have lived the struggles of being an immigrant, not having time to get involved with anything beyond surviving and providing for your family, living day by day. As a commissioner, I hope to build trust with my fellow Californians so they felt heard and were moved to participate in this process because I once again fell in love with the diversity of California. I am blessed to have been part of this nonpartisan effort. Californians voted to have an independent process, and I personally feel it's my civic responsibility to continue the legacy of independent redistricting so it expands and flourishes to other states, counties, and cities. People need to feel that their voices are heard and that they had a part in helping us redraw the boundaries. As I mentioned last Monday, I'm particularly proud of the VRA districts we created to ensure representation for those that have not had a voice in the past. I am proud that for the first time, some residents in California will have the opportunity to select their representatives, as opposed to having representatives selecting their constituency. So we've done the first part, so Californians, please get out to vote. Thank you to our wonderful staff, our line drawers, our legal team, our videographer team, our captioners, our court reporters, ASL interpreters, and the various language interpreters throughout our meetings. Through this process, we were able to make an impact by involving Californians throughout the state, being able to connect with many communities and becoming more familiar with our state. We have created opportunities for representation, and I'm very honored. Thank you, California.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who went before me. Well said. You know, I've been reflecting on this journey. It's a lot longer road than I think any of us had thought it would be. You know, we had hoped to get out there and meet our fellow Californians to see the state. We weren't able to do that, unfortunately, but I think we were able to hear from a lot more Californians going the way we went than we would have. And so that's a bonus. You know, for me, I got to learn a lot, made some great new friends along the way. We heard from Arnold the other day, and he thought we did a great job. So that's awesome. Never expected that to happen. You know, I too want to thank everyone. I want to start with thanking Alvaro. I mean, he stepped up, you know, in a tough time for the commission and did a great job helping us land this plane. You know, Anthony, Freddie, Marcy, and all the staff. You've heard today, you know, the tireless amount of work that they all put in to help us get to where we are and get this done. And I just want to acknowledge their commitment to the commission, to California, and the redistricting process. The video team, especially Christian, whose innovations, you know, helped us reach Californians in ways, very innovative ways that you know, we would not have been able to with our input meetings and that. And I want to acknowledge Katie, the calming voice of Katie, who is the MVP of the process, apparently. Just a wonderful job keeping everything at a even keel. You know, the legal team, I just want to call out Julia in particular for her work on this report. What a lift. Just the legal team in general, thank you for our help and the expected future help. The line drawing team, I think they're probably still catching up on their sleep, but what an amazing job. Can't thank them enough. I want to thank my wife for putting up with all this work. I think we all need to thank our families because it has been a lot of work. I want to thank my 13 new great friends. What an honor to meet you all and work with you all and learn from you all. 14 different perspectives, I think, made for a great outcome. And I think my colleagues before me said it really well in that, you know, the outcome that we got to, we got some criticism that it was messy, but you put 14 people who don't know each other together to do an incredibly complex project that they've never done before. And it gets a little bit messy, but, we had an open and transparent process that, and that had to balance a lot of different things. And I think the outcome that we came to is great. There are three particular people I want to thank. I want to thank Rosalind Gold. I think she was like I hope this isn't offensive, but I referred to you as our mother because you would call in the beginning and kind of give us a little nudge in the direction when we were sort of spinning at the beginning of this process. And Lori Schellenberger, you had some great ideas on how to make this a transparent and open process for everyone. And then finally, Renee Westalesk, I want to thank you for following along the whole way, even today, and calling in when you felt with questions that you felt needed to be clarified, not just for you, but for everyone. And thank you so much for your input. And I guess that's it. I just really hope that the people of California recognize the care and commitment that all the commissioners had to make this come out to be as fair as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I've spent much of my career telling leaders around the world that there's no such thing as a perfect election anywhere, anytime. We're humans. Humans run elections and humans are fallible. And I can say after this experience that no map is perfect. We are 14 humans, we're fallible. There's just never going to be such a thing as a perfect map, especially in times like these with the pandemic and the census delays. But for me, perhaps the most notable aspect of this process is that the 14 of us came together, we focused on our objective, and we were able to complete the process in a collaborative manner. We treated each other with respect, despite differing priorities and approaches. I believe that this is the type of redistricting process that most Californians, and indeed most Americans, want to see in the future. Just like a jury, we had to seek the truth amidst everything that we heard. The commission sought to listen to communities throughout the state and balance to the greatest extent possible the enormous amount of competing demands. We endeavored to distinguish between those seeking to tailor a district to an incumbent or potential candidate and those seeking to help us better understand our state. The time pressures to undertake such a complicated process are simply crushing. We would have wanted more time in the calendar between the delivery of census data and the deadline to submit our maps. But we also had to accept that further time could jeopardize the 2022 election calendar. So I'm proud to vote to certify these maps and hope that our efforts will provide fair, even if imperfect, representation to Californians for the coming decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Lamont.
Thank you, Chair. What do you get when you bring 14 individuals from the great state of California together, all different, diverse, different experiences, age, perspectives? You get this incredible 2020 California Redistricting Commission. It's been an absolute honor to serve side by side with each and every one of you. So I wanted to first thank each of you. We had to come together, find a path that we could all support from a process point of view. And we labored for that process. We had ideas about how we wanted to be different and how we wanted to be bold and how we wanted to be innovative and how we wanted to be fair. And I think that we achieved all of those things in our process. We had to build, not only fly a plane, we had to build it, fly it while we were building it. And we figured out how to do that as well with the backdrop of a pandemic that was shaking the world. So that wasn't just something happening here locally, all over the world. We pulled together a staff that has proved to be incredible. While Katie was the calm, Ravi was definitely the sunshine. And it was always a pleasure for me personally to hear his voice when he'd do roll call. And we've come to this place where I too feel very proud to be able to cast a yes vote in certifying these maps. I hope that as Californians adjust to the change that some of these maps will have on some communities more than others, that they'll lean into that change and forge new opportunities. I hope that they'll be able to understand and reflect on what our goal was and what our challenges were. And while the maps may not be, the maps, in my opinion, are as good as, so but there's this old saying that says, don't let perfect be the killer of good. And so that's something that I'm leaning on as I think about how we got here. And for me, you know, some of the tense moments along the way were equally as exciting with some of my fellow commissioners. I can be a lightning rod, I know that. And I've appreciated the offline discussions about some of those moments that I've had with specific commissioners that have helped us forge a closer relationship and understand how to navigate complex situations together. So in those ways, I've grown, and I really appreciate the impact that each of you have had on me in your own way. I want to thank the videographers and the legal team and everyone also as well, because we know that we could not have done this without all of you. So in closing, I just want to say, good morning, California. Well, I guess it's afternoon. No, it's still morning. Good morning, California, and thank you for going on this ride with us. And hopefully we have set a bar that the 2030 Commission can meet and exceed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Satwani.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, colleagues, friends, we are about to do something pretty incredible here today, certifying redistricting maps in the largest, the most diverse state in the nation by an independent and bipartisan group of ordinary Californians. It is democracy in action, and this is a remarkable thing that other states are actually failing to do. Despite this, nationally, our democracy is in peril. Over the last several years, I've been watching with alarm as local election officials are harassed and bullied out of their jobs for not overturning the election results, and as voting rights come under attack with what appears to be the express purpose of undermining the ability of diverse communities to access the ballot. The partisan vitriol that we see nationally is toxic. Yet here in the great state of California, the Golden State, we deliberated, we debated, we weighed conflicting testimony from communities. We worked to leave no stone unturned. And we came to decisions jointly and with civility, acknowledging that compromises that had to be made along the way. More importantly, we put the people first. We relied on the wisdom of communities on the ground to guide our decision-making, not simply the narrow interests of career politicians. And we did so in a fair process that was transparent and open to all. Underlying our great experiment in democracy is the profound diversity that each of us brought to the table, and which is reflective of our state. When the founding fathers came together to draft the nation's constitution, they did so as highly educated, landowning men, some of whom were slave-owning white men. Now, redistricting, of course, is not a constitutional convention, but the process of deliberation and compromise do strike a similar resemblance. What's uniquely different, of course, is that each of us, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, brought to the table our own set of values, beliefs, our knowledge of California, and our lived experiences. With a set of 14 different individuals, these maps would no doubt look very different. And while I'm incredibly proud of what we have accomplished here today, after the last year and a half, I have to admit, that I am not entirely convinced that redistricting by independent commissions, as set forth by the current laws of the state of California, is the best way to engage in this decennial process. I look forward to our future conversations on how to continue to improve upon this process as we move forward. Nevertheless, I carry with me a deep and unwavering belief that the right to vote, for people to access the ballot, and for communities to elect the candidates of their choice, particularly those that have been historically and systematically excluded from the franchise, is essential to our nation's democracy. And our national commitment to voting rights should not only be upheld, but should be strengthened in all 50 states. I believe that we have done our part here to uphold those rights in California. My deepest gratitude to my fellow commissioners, to the commission staff, to all of our consultants, and most importantly, to all Californians who engaged in this process and who entrusted us with this responsibility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadlani. Commissioner Sanai.
Thank you, Chair. There's a story about a beach that's full of starfish, and an old man is picking them up and tossing them back into the ocean. And a young boy walks up to him and says, "Dude, what are you doing? You're not going to save them all." And as the old man picks up a starfish and he throws it in, he says, "Tell it to that starfish." The first time I heard that story, I got goosebumps. I just thought it was amazing and how powerful. But I'll be honest, as I started driving home, I got angry. I started asking, why are those starfish on the beach? Why couldn't they live in the ocean? And my questions kept coming, my whys, my whys. And then I realized, you know what? I'm not about one starfish. I'm about changing the system so all starfish can live healthy and productive lives. I thank you, Californians, for reminding me that the real change, the whys, the answers to those whys, comes from we, the people. It's a result of hard work. It is not just tinkering at the edges and trying to change a system. It's about creating a whole new system. And that's what redistricting was about. Some folks will tinker, and that's okay. We need someone to work with that one starfish. We need some people in the front lines because that one starfish appreciates it and needs it. But we also need folks to be bold, to be brave, and to make those big changes. So every time I display a starfish, either I wear it as a charm, I have it on my logos, or I just see one somewhere, know that it's a reminder to me that what is possible and what we did here, we envisioned and we built a more perfect and equitable union. I want to say gracias to my familia, to my fellow commissioners who are now my friends, to the staff, consultants, and Californians for inspiring me, for your hard work. And I want to ask you all, don't stop. This isn't it. We need all of you to please continue to be engaged, to run, to lead, to volunteer, to vote, whatever it takes to make a more collective, equitable, and beautiful California, United States, world. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Gracias. Salamat.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanai. Commissioner Taylor.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if there's much more that I could add that my colleagues have not already put in such wonderful terms, but I'll take a few moments nonetheless in true 2020 fashion. We are the second iteration of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm not sure what our header for this second iteration would be, Peta Diego, LA Valley, or Tracy to the High Desert. But I do believe that this process, the process of using an independent redistricting commission to draw district maps, is a fair and appropriate process to empower the people to elect the candidate of their choosing. I acknowledge in using this process that it can be messy at times, much like our democracy. We were not perfect, but we were perfect in our intention. As the listening public may have learned and my fellow commissioners have no doubt about, I'm a fan of California, skateboards, and specifically the Los Angeles Dodgers. That being said, I would like to stay in the baseball world for a few moments. In 1975, the Houston Astros introduced their rainbow jerseys. These jerseys had hues of red and orange and yellow, and ombre of colors. For the most part, they were widely held as ugly. I even wore a version of that jersey in high school, and I cannot wait to promote to varsity to leave that jersey behind. However, as I look at that Houston Astros jersey, or the jersey I wore as a freshman player, through a different lens, I can see a different image. I can see how the colors next to each other blend and complement. While the extremes of those colors, specifically the red to the yellow of the Astros jerseys, may not seem to match, when using that different lens, you see that they have connective tissue. It's not a perfect jersey, it's an Astros jersey. But there's beauty in that jersey. And this is how I view the maps. So as we scrutinize these maps, there's more connective tissue that binds these communities and districts together than separates one from the other. I'm truly humbled and will forever be somewhat restless regarding my experience with the CRC, and probably other commissioners may feel the same. It's not because there are deficiencies in the work, but the impossibilities of satisfying over 39 million Californians. How do you choose a favorite child? Hi, Zoe, and the other two. I can rest assured, however, having been in the room, decisions were made with the interests of the people at heart. And as a community member, I could not have asked for much more. Going forward, I am forever vested in this commission. I hope to continually be of service. I challenge all Californians to participate in this process. I look forward to the 2030 Commission and its improved and optimal operation, along with the visualizations that result from that process. And lastly, let's all hold our elected officials to task in each and every district. I can't thank you guys enough. I can't thank the staff enough. I can't thank California enough, and I hope I treated you all kindly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Chair Ahmed. I'm so proud of the work that together we have completed to serve all Californians. Our individual contributions have led to our collective success. And accomplishing that was only possible by leaving our own interests and wants at the door, by listening to the voices and needs of Californians, and then working together to fairly meet those needs in the most equitable manner possible. As the son of a farm worker, a bracero, I feel so honored and privileged to have been able to serve California and its people alongside a group of committed leaders that are committed to ensuring fair maps for all Californians. And I can't stop to think what would have happened if the first 8 commissioners hadn't selected a group of people that was more diverse and worked towards getting a more diverse commission. I mean, that to me, I think added a layer of equity to this commission that had the commission, the first 8 commissioners, not prioritized equity, diversity, and representation, we may not have achieved the goals that we succeeded. And so for me, I am very thankful to the first 8 for selecting myself and my fellow colleagues who helped to better reflect the state of California. Serving on the commission has allowed us to work to expand the circle of opportunity for more and more people across California. Our communities are changing and changing faster than ever. We all work to ensure that all communities have fair, just, and equitable representation. And we did so in a transparent manner while working hard to engage all communities, especially voices who have been historically excluded. Representation matters, and representation is only truly possible when all communities actively engage and participate. Thank you for your engagement in this process and for helping us to make a more just, fair, and equitable society. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. To my fellow commissioners and to all of the almost 40 million Californians, for me, it has been an extreme honor to serve on this 2020 California Citizens Redistricting Commission in the task of drawing new district lines. We came from different backgrounds and different experiences, but we came with the same desire and determination to serve California by drawing fair and equitable maps. We could not have completed our task without the support and guidance of many, many different groups and individuals. Thank you. We could not have completed our task without our staff, the line drawers, ASL, our comms team, the AV team, and many others. Thank you all. Listen, this work has been tough. It's been messy. It was indeed a challenge. We know that in order to please and honor the desires of some, we've disappointed others. And for me, that's been heartbreaking. We are imperfect people trying to draw for you perfect lines for perfect districts. It would have been so easy if our state was square, if we didn't lose a congressional seat. It would have been so easy if you all wanted the same things, but that didn't happen. Nevertheless, with our required and given criteria, I am proud. I'm proud of the ultimate product that we created. This is only our second cycle, and I'm incredibly blessed and proud to be part of a state that allows such a rich and rewarding process that's accessible and available to all. And so for this, I'm grateful, and I'd like to say thank you. Commissioners, I appreciate each and every one of you that just 18 months ago I did not know. It's been a blessing to serve with you. I respect each and every one of you for all of your different thoughts and opinions. You get to be you, and you brought your best self, as did I. And for this, again, I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vasquez.
Thanks so much, Chair. So a little bit of my family's history, as I believe our ancestors' journeys, we honor our ancestors' journeys by weaving their narrative into our own. Immigrant communities intimately know that borders, lines, boundaries are important. My own dad's family has been in the Central Valley since before the Mexican-American War. The border crossed us like it did so many of us. My mom's family came here many decades ago with her dad, the first to arrive ahead of the family. He walked in disintegrating leather shoes across the desert of Palm Springs, having made the journey from Michoacan with nothing but a canteen and a traveling companion. Most of my known family history is in California. It is here where I draw inspiration for my work as an advocate, organizer, and public servant. My parents are educators, and we were taught early that to engage with public systems meant to keep one's head down and do the work. This may resonate with many of you. My parents, both born in the States, experienced tremendous amount of discrimination, particularly in school. My dad's Spanish is minimal because my grandmother didn't want him to have an accent. My family wasn't especially politically active, with the exception of my dad's dad, my grandfather, whom I'm proud and honored to say marched with Cesar Chavez in the Central Valley when he was a farm worker working in the grape fields, and he once ran for city council in Shafter, California. Reflecting on my own political journey, I realized that it's not my grandfather and I are anomalies in our family story. It was that we found a policy issue that was deeply personal and relevant, and there were community leaders present and focused on building power amongst each other around those issues. Since becoming disabled after getting COVID-19 in March 2020, I, along with at least 15 million others in the United States, including undocumented people and children, are grappling with a fractured and inadequate healthcare system in the wake of long-term symptoms known as long COVID. While these last 18 months have been the most painful and challenging of my life, it has been an honor to serve California during this unprecedented time, and my advocacy has only deepened by all that I've learned. What I've learned is that we are more intimately connected than we could ever realize. Thank you to our staff, our contractors, my colleagues on the commission, and to the community. Thank you most of all to my spouse, Tony, who kept me alive not only during those awful weeks in the summer of 2020 when emergency rooms were not accepting patients, but also for keeping me alive the last 18 months while I pushed through symptoms and then crashed in bed, unable to talk after each long day. You are unimaginably generous with your love for me and my love for California. I see a similar story for Black, Latinx, Asian, Indigenous, immigrant, and other historically marginalized communities across California. We must continue to make the case for redistricting and all types of civic engagement to be about building community power for issues that are deeply personal and relevant. Communities of interest is an abstract concept, but being able to collaborate with this team on what I've called the most complicated art project has helped me understand that shared interests are what make up the strong connective tissue of our state. I look forward to continuing to build power with our communities to ensure this process continues to reflect the diverse and dynamic communities, interests, and stories of all Californians. If you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come here because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. Willa Watson, Aboriginal elder and activist. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Vice Chair Yee.
Thank you, Chair Ahmed. Well, it feels like the end of summer camp. It's time to go home, but some part of me wishes it would just go on forever. We've been through so much together. So many highs and lows, so much hard work, so many tough decisions, and so many obstacles to overcome. But we persevered through it all. Along with our staff and consultants who were our essential workers, we were able to conduct the most open and most publicly participatory redistricting effort in the nation, and probably in all history. We unanimously redistricted the most populous, most geographically and demographically complicated state in the nation, and now we're ready to certify our maps. Two thanks to mention in additive fashion, on top of everything else everyone has mentioned. Thank you to Indigenous Californians, whose unceded ancestral lands we have now divided into what we hope are fair and equitable election districts. We have tried our best to respect and honor today's tribal lands and to do what is good and right for you and for all Californians. And thank you to those who took time and effort to tell us how unhappy you are with our new maps, including just this morning. Unfortunately, redistricting is often unavoidably zero-sum. I can guarantee you that maps you might draw would certainly disappoint others 100% as much as these maps disappoint you. We made hard choices and we tried to spread the pain and the gain as thoughtfully as we could. I hope you will still believe in the system and be open-minded with these new districts. And to those who are happy with these maps, please remember the needs and cares of your disappointed neighbors. And please choose to seek their well-being alongside your own. When I applied to this commission, my goal was to help California lead the nation in independent redistricting. And I believe our process and our maps fulfill that goal. But we had a larger goal beyond independent redistricting. It was the goal we vowed to keep, a goal of supporting and defending the US and California constitutions, which is to say, supporting and defending democracy itself against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Unfortunately, there are such enemies, and I'm afraid many of them are in high positions in my own political party. Yes, I said it, the elephant in the room, literally. Early in our commission work, a violent insurrection sought to overturn a lawful election. Partisan interests have run completely outside any notion of the common good. Needful but unwritten political customs and virtues have been abandoned. And I have been heartsick that the party of personal and fiscal responsibility and respect for institutions and traditions has become so mendacious and reckless and destructive. And so our ability to work together successfully and indeed so very enjoyably has been a welcome comfort and encouragement to me and hopefully to many others. I wanted to do something about the present political crisis, and together we did do something important and visible and lasting for our state and for our nation. And for that, and for each of you, I'm deeply grateful.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yee. Woo, I cannot believe that we are here. It was just yesterday that a lucky bingo ball drawing put me in this seat. Through this process, I got to learn more about California from Californians directly than I had ever thought imaginable. Californians shared their stories with us to make sure their voice was heard in this decade's redistricting process. This commission spent months building up our organization from the bottom up and spent many more months listening to public testimony, creating map visualizations, and revisiting and editing our map iterations to create maps that will ensure Californians have a fair chance to elect the candidates of their choice. We spent hours upon hours in deliberation and discussion, handling public testimony with great care. This commission is a success because of the unwavering support from our team, from our contractors, our legal counsels, and lastly, but certainly not least, all of our fellow Californians. Thank you to the 13 other commissioners for joining me on this journey of a lifetime. I am humbled, inspired, and motivated by your selflessness and sacrifice for the people of California. Watching this decade's redistricting process firsthand, I'm confident that this independent commission crafted these maps with great care and delicacy. I'll close with a quote from one of the most inspirational leaders of my time, Councilwoman Leslie Knope from Pawnee, Indiana. Now go find your team, get to work. Whatever that work is that you find worth doing, do it, and find some people to love who will do it with you. With that, Christian, can we call for public comment on the motion on the floor?
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on the motion on the floor. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 879-0815-1544. Once you've dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And again, we are taking public comment on the motion on the floor. We are going to lower all hands. All hands are lowered now. If you'd like to give comment on the motion on the floor, please press *9. Again, if you're calling in to give comment on the motion on the floor, the motion to certify the statewide maps of the congressional, state, senatorial, state assembly, and the state board of equalization districts, please press star 9. Just a moment while we organize the queue. Okay, we do have some hands raised. Up first will be caller 2010, and after that will be caller 8871. Caller 2010, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi there. This is Edward Barsimian again, calling on behalf of the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. And I would really like to reiterate that what we're advocating here is that this map not be submitted, it not be adopted as is. The outrage of our community isn't about a perfect map. It's about the Commission's constitutional responsibility to produce a map that doesn't dissect communities of interest and retains the integrity of cities. We've seen that the Armenian community has been sidelined throughout this entire process. And again, you've received tens of thousands of communications from us. And yet those changes had not been made, which reflected the unity of the Armenian community in communities like Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta. So please, we implore as a community that the Commission not adopt this final map and make a few minor changes that will have tremendous impact that continues to speak to the Commission's responsibility to preserve communities of interest and cities. Furthermore, I also implore that the Commission make whole communities like La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and La Crescenta that are split in half across different congressional districts. Please make those changes. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8871, and after that will be caller 5233. 8871, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Oh, hi, Commissioners. With regard to your very, very beautiful rhetoric and the fact that you folks have undergone a huge process. By the way, my name is Alice Manukian. I'm calling regarding the Armenian community. And in the words of the other commission, one of the other 14 commissioners, you have tried to spread the pain and the gain among the different map districts. I think in the case of the Armenian community, there has been only pain and no gain. We ask that the map be reconfigured to unite Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta under one Assembly and Senate district, as it has been for decades, and also on the congressional level, repair the split that has been created between La Crescenta and La Cañada and put those communities under the congressional district with Glendale and Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5233, and after that will be caller 0514. Caller 5233, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm calling in as an outraged Armenian community member to express in the strongest of terms my deep objection with the final map configurations of Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta at all levels of government. This commission received thousands of responses from Armenian community members who called in during hearings, emailed written public comments, and sent map feedback forms expressing our need to remain together. Instead, commissioners ignored our community's request to stay together, making increasingly harmful decisions with every map release. Now, at the end of this frustrating process, our community input has been totally ignored, and we demand that the Commission make the following adjustments to the California Assembly and Senate maps, including reuniting all of Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta under one Assembly and Senate district as they have been for decades. On the congressional level, repair the arbitrary split that you created and return all of La Crescenta and La Cañada Flint Ridge under one congressional district with Glendale and Burbank. So please stop separating the Armenian community. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 0514, and after that will be caller 5580. Caller 0514, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Lori Schellenberger, redistricting consultant to Common Cause, one of the proponents of independent redistricting commissions across the country. And I'm calling on behalf of Common Cause today to congratulate you on the certification of the final map and to express deep gratitude for your incredible dedication and work toward a more fair and inclusive redistricting process, for your responsiveness to the public input from a cross-section of Californians and from diverse perspectives, and also gratitude for your drive to explore and implement new technologies to make the process more accessible. We know it was far from easy, and it's hard for many to imagine the personal and the professional sacrifices you've made to get to the finish line under unprecedented circumstances. My work with Common Cause winds down with your vote today, but Common Cause will remain engaged through the next decade, and in particular, as you move to the next phase of reflection and as you formulate recommendations for improvements to the process. That work is thankfully not on a deadline, but I know they are anxious to learn about your plans for archiving your work and staffing the important work you still have ahead, including your contracts to provide transcripts of your meetings and so forth. I hope you get to do more of that work in person and under better conditions. In the meantime, I hope you're able to enjoy the remainder of the holiday season with your families and your loved ones, and that you're not thinking about maps and mapping. Thank you again for your service to our democracy, and Happy New Year to you all, including to Katie and Christian, who we appreciated your Zen-like approach to managing the public. Again, Happy New Year and thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5580. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, hi. My name is Lucy Petrosian. I'm reaching out as an outraged Armenian community member to express in the strongest of terms my deep objection with the final map congressions of Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta at all levels of government. This commission received thousands of responses from Armenian community members who called in during hearings, emailed written public comments, and sent map feedback forms expressing our need to remain together. Instead, commissioners ignored our community's request to stay together, making increasingly harmful decisions with every map release. Now, at the end of this frustrating process, our community input has been totally ignored, and we demand that the Commission make the following adjustments to the California and Senate maps. Reunite of all Glendale, Burbank, La Crescenta under one Assembly and Senate district, as they have been for decades. On the congressional level, repair the arbitrary split that you created and return all of La Crescenta, La Cañada Flint Ridge under one congressional district with Glendale and Burbank. Please stop separating the Armenian community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, the commission is taking public comment on the motion on the floor to certify the approved statewide maps. If you would like to give comment on the motion on the floor, please press *9. There are no further comments at this time, Chair.
Great, thank you so much, Christian. With that, just want to do final check. Any last minute comments on the motion on the floor from the public?
We do have another hand, Chair.
Great, thank you.
Caller 7366, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 7366. You can now unmute by pressing *6, please. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Alex Ismilian calling from Glendale. First of all, I wanted to thank you for all the work and for this opportunity to make my voice heard. I'm going to avoid repeating what other fellow citizens of the area have already mentioned. I'm going to keep it short. And I would like to reiterate that I would like it to stop dividing the Armenian community and reunite all of Glendale, Burbank, and Lackawanna under one assembly and Senate district, as they have been for a long time and for decades. And to repair this arbitrary split that you created and return all of Lackawanna and La Cañada Flintridge under one congressional district with Glendale and Burbank. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'll let someone else speak at this point.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5150. Please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
I apologize. Commissioners, once again, Merry Christmas. It's Tony Maldonado again. I just wanted to point out a few things. 2 commissioners today expressed quite interesting viewpoints which stand out. Commissioner Sadwani, with a desire for a different process in drawing maps in the future, which I wholly agree with, and Commissioner Yee, who interjected a partisan viewpoint which marred the closing. That's unfortunate. Whilst I strongly disagree with some of your choices, including approval of your maps right now, I respect the fact that we can now conclude with this and move towards another prospect and reflect better on our decisions moving forward. I ask for those in the public to please respect the privacy of the commissioners, especially their families. Yes, many of us are aggrieved and frustrated with much throughout, but let's aim for something more fruitful and not personalize this process. Thank you again to Christian, Katie, the translators, all the staff, and commissioners. Once again, all of you, please have a wonderful holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no further comments in the queue at this time, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. With that, I'll pass it to Alvaro to call the roll for vote. Commissioner Sadwani and Anderson, I just want to confirm that the motion reads as you expect.
Yes, it does indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Great.
Unless there's anyone that has any editorial changes to make to it.
Are there any editorial changes to the motion? Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, of course. Equalization is one, it's singular, it's not equalizations, or has it been corrected yet? Okay. And then I would just put the after certified. Thanks.
Great. Once again, just confirmation.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, not beautiful yet.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Sorry, I have to follow up on Commissioner Fernandez on this. I think should it not be the state senate instead of state senatorial? I see senatorial. I thought it was supposed to be state senate districts.
Commissioner Kutagawa, in the Section 2 of the California Constitution, it refers to boundary lines for congressional, senatorial, assembly, and state board of equalization districts. So we could certainly mirror that, but senatorial would be acceptable. We certainly could do a variation of that as well.
Okay, they're interchangeable, so okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. With that, I will pass it back to you, Alvaro, to call roll for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. And we'll begin the vote now. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons,
We see. Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
See.
Commissioner Taylor,
Affirmative.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
and Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
The motion passes.
That was, yeah. Thank you, Alvaro. With that, we will call for general public comment. Per our public comment policy, we have allotted 3 hours at maximum for public comment, and we will make sure to reread the instructions to call in. So Christian, I will pass it back over to you.
Sure thing, Chair. So we are starting at 12:30. We do have a 15-minute break scheduled for right now. So we'll read the instructions and then we'll go to break and then we'll come back to take calls. All right. First, the instructions. The Commission will now take general public comment for items on the agenda or not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 879-0815-1544. Once you've dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page.
Thank you, Christian. With that, we will take our required 15-minute break. This will allow callers to call in and get in the queue. We will return at 7 + 45. 12:52. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from our mandatory break. We will jump right back into public comment. So I will turn it over to Christian.
Thank you, Chair. The Commission will now take general public comment for items on the agenda or not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 879-0815-1544. Once you've dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call and instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. For those who have called in, if you would like to give general public comment, please press star 9. One more time, for those who have called in, even if you have spoken before on other items, you can give comment on the general public comments section. And if you wish to do so, please press star 9. Just a moment. We do have several hands in the queue. First up, we've got caller 2829, and after that will be caller 2010. We will be enforcing a 1 and 30-second time limit. Again, first up will be caller 2829, and after that will be caller 2010. Caller 2829, please follow those prompts. Go ahead.
Good morning again, Commissioners. This is Renee West-Lusk, and I want to express my gratitude and thankfulness for the sacrifices you made for each of you, that you each made on behalf of our state and our nation. I think your commission can be very exemplary for other states to follow. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you gave up to do this job. Thank you very much, and have a great new year, and I hope you get to spend time to relax and rejuvenate. If I ever get lonely, I will just go to the website and replay the videotapes to hear all your voices. And I want to say thanks again. Bye.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2010, and after that will be caller 8871. Caller 2010, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hi there, thank you. Edward Barsamine again from the ANCA Western Region. I just wanted to say that, I understand that this was a monumental task. I know that it was extremely difficult, but, I really wish that this commission had taken its duties seriously in preserving communities of interest as it had been constitutionally obligated. So many people from our community had reached out, and yet our requests had been consistently ignored, even when they didn't cross the path of other communities and undermining their voices. So I have to say, the commission, I know you worked to equalize things, but unfortunately, the outcome of this map does not equalize the voices of all of the communities, specifically in the Los Angeles area and others. So please, I really wish that, moving forward, we address these issues as we finalize this map and move on to the Secretary of State. But again, I have to applaud that you did the best you could, but again, it was not good enough, at least for our community. In any case, I wish you a happy new year. I hope that your holidays were restful, and I wish all of you all the best and every success in everything you do in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 8871, and after that will be caller 5150. Caller 8871, please follow the prompts. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Alice Manukin again. I want to be on the record for very, very dissatisfied with the map that has been drawn by the commission. I really appreciated the commission's goodwill toward each other and their great work ethic among each other. Also, the notion of they're not being able to be a perfect map. Of course, there's nothing perfect. But again, the pain from the Armenian community at not being apportioned to their greatest sort of ability was not at all a good result. This process was about the result of having it be truly equitable for the most number of Californians as possible. And ultimately, this process was not about the 14 commissioners. It was about an equitable result. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 5150, and after that, it'll be caller 4328. Caller 5150, you know what to do. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. This is Tony Maldonado again from Santa Clarita and calling you whilst on holiday in London. I apologize for calling in with this public comment, but I believe many of those who have called and have listened to all these requests in public would agree with this public request that I'm making. Would Katie and Christian please stand up and address the public with a small bow, as they have a strong following. I believe they both should get agents and pursue work in radio, voiceover, or podcasting, because they have voices that many will listen to endlessly and have demonstrated large amount of patience and understanding. I think the commissioners would agree with this. If anything, I hope all the commissioners will stand up and applaud them, because honestly, they have done a fantastic job. Thank you, everyone. Have a peaceful New Year's, and please stay safe. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 4328. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thanks. My name is Danny Chinose. I'm Research Director at the Orange County Civic Engagement Table. Just wanted to call to say on behalf of low-income communities of color and working families in Orange County, wanted to thank you for hearing the voices of so many routinely left out of the political process. For the communities that we serve, redistricting is not a political game, but a deeply impactful process that results in policies, programs that can quite literally mean life or death for those in need. On a personal note, this is my third redistricting process, and in years ending in 7 and 8, I asked myself whether this is something I have in me to do again. For as much time as community folks like us put into this process, I can only imagine how exhausted you all must be. The amount of time and thoughtfulness each and every one of you put into this process is simply astounding, and much, much appreciated by those of us who have been following you since the bingo balls fell. Wanted to echo the sentiment just shared by Commissioner Yee a few minutes ago. Your work together has been a breath of fresh air at a time of crippling political divisiveness. You centered California when our state needed it. So I hope that you'll be spending next week catching up on rest and spending much needed time with family, although I imagine more than a few of you have a bit of work to catch up on. So thanks again for your dedication and hard work, and happy holidays.
Thank you. And again, for those calling in, we are in the general public comment period. If you would like to give comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. We have a couple of callers who have called in but have not chosen to raise their hand, and as is our custom, we are going to give them an opportunity to speak. Caller 3021, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. My name is John Kopp, and I live in the city of Eastvale, California. It's in the northwest corner of Riverside County. It's a town that's less than 11 years old, and it has been bifurcated into 2 assembly districts, 58 and 63, and also into congressional districts 35 and 41. And those people, I would urge those people to consider their districts, their community of interest being bifurcated into more than, well, 2 or more districts, to consider the fact that you should look, as the television celebrities have said, look on the bright side of life. You will now be represented on any issue that you want by more than one assembly member, district assembly member, or state senate member, or congressional member. They'll be in your corner fighting for you. And so I would say look at it from that standpoint rather than being separated. You now have 2 or more voices on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. And up next, we've got caller 4208. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Rob Kwan with Unregulate, and I haven't paid as close attention to redistricting at a state level as I have locally, but I genuinely appreciate everything you've done. There was some comfort knowing it was being handled by an independent redistricting commission. There's been a lot of talk about messiness, and redistricting is the most inherently messy thing that you could ever do in politics. It's really raw. You have to explore all kinds of past wrongs. And I just think it's only messy in the sense that we got to see it. It was transparent. It was out there for us. And I think there's a little bit too much focus on just the map and fairness there. And you know, here in LA, redistricting, there's all kinds of political horse trading amongst our politicians, all kinds of threats that can be levied. The chilling effect you could see on our politics here in city council in the year leading up to redistricting and coming out of it is really profound. And I just think it's really important to remember we didn't have that infecting the legislative process. We didn't have that infecting Sacramento. You weren't doing their bidding. And that's really important, that whatever messiness happened was transparent, public, and it was proper. It wasn't something happening behind closed doors infecting our actual democratic process that goes on and on. So thank you for your service, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And Chair, at this time, there are no more calls in the queue.
Thank you, Christian. Can we have the instructions read one more time?
We sure can. The Commission will now take public comment for items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 879-0815-1544. Once you've dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And we'll let you know when the instructions are complete on the stream, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. While we wait for the instructions to catch up, just a few reminders for our fellow commissioners and the public. When I say we, myself and Commissioner Yee will be working with Alvaro to schedule our meetings out in January. We're thinking of Fridays, every Friday in January. And as we discussed previously, we may not need these meetings. However, we will be scheduling them in the case that we do need them for conversations related to litigation, as well as winding down our operations as an organization. Reminder to the commissioners to please turn in your TECs and your per diem forms. It will be great to have a good, clean snapshot of our financial situation in January so we can allocate the necessary resources for the next phase of this process. And then a reminder for everyone to please join us during our press conference that is scheduled tomorrow at 11 a.m. More information about the press conference can be found on our website. It will be accessible in person as well as on Zoom. Freddie, is there any other details about the press conference that you would like to share at this moment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just that we will be broadcasting on Facebook Live
So if the public would like to watch the ceremonial procedures for tomorrow, follow us on our Facebook channel, We Draw the Line CA, and you'll be able to watch with us.
Great, thank you, Freddie. Christian, do we have any other callers?
We do have a new caller, caller 7268. If you could please follow the prompts. That's caller with the last 4 digits, 7268. You can now unmute by pressing *6, please. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Angel. I'm calling from the Central Valley. Thank you, commissioners, for all the work you guys have done. Thank you for representing the 49 million people that live in the state of California. I know that the map is not perfect. A few things, that we need to change, but I see it as an opportunity. I see it as something that we can move forward and begin to organize our people, begin to educate and begin to empower them. In 10 years from now, I hope that we have more transparency, and one of those ways we can do that is if you, the commission, allow us to draw our own maps. If we go on Esri and we get the network set up where we, the people, can draw our own maps, that will be more powerful in the next 10 years. That's an opportunity that we can all see, and anybody can draw their map, and you guys can take that into effect. I hope that that's something that we're looking forward to doing the next 10 years. Something that, that will empower people. So thank you again, commissioners, for great work. I know, like I said before, the map is not perfect, but, this is an opportunity for, great things to come for the state of California. On behalf of everybody in the state of California, thank you, commissioners. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the transparency. I appreciate always taking our calls at 12 o'clock at night and so on and so forth. Thank you, commissioners. I'm ready to start working tomorrow morning and registering people to vote and educating them and empower them. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no further calls in the queue at this time, Chair.
Thank you so much, Christian. And it looks like we have addressed all of our public comments in the queue regarding general public comment. So with that, I will call this last meeting of this 2020 CRC adjourned. Last meeting in 2021. We're back in January. Don't forget. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.